Senate will come to order. Senators will be in their seats. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fagg. Faust-Goudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Heck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Senators and guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to our chaplain, Doug Hinkle.
Please join me in prayer. Almighty God, as this legislative session rapidly comes to an end, remind us of the relationships that have been birthed and nurtured here in this chamber. For in years, or even just a few months to come, the thrill of legislative success or the agony of its defeat will fade, but the relationships forged through the process will linger. Instead of holding grudges against those who offend us, cause us to be eager to forgive. Instead of keeping a record of what we've done or whom we've helped, cause us to take delight in forgetting the deeds and cherishing those with whom we worked. Heavenly Father, you love every senator here, and your heart's desire is that they would love one another. I ask that you cause communication to be clear and free-flowing, and that you bring reconciliation where it is needed, and that as a result, the actions taken in the closing hours of this session would honor you and bless our state. I pray for President Masterson, Vice President Schallenberger, Majority Leader Blasey, and Minority Leader Sykes, as well as each member of this body. Bless them with your wisdom and your grace and peace as this session comes to conclusion. In Jesus' name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Introduction of original motions and Senate resolutions. Clerk will read.
Senate Resolution number 1719 by Senator Bowser, a resolution honoring the service and sacrifice of Vietnam War Medal of Honor recipient Danny J. Peterson.
To recognize the senator from Jackson, Senator Bowser.
Thank you, Mr. President. You're a smart man, and if I asked you to name the most famous person from Jackson County, I think your first guess would be
Greg Bowser.
U.S. Senator Pat Roberts. Yes, Senator Roberts is a Holton High alumni graduate. We're very proud of his decades of service in Washington, D.C. Your second guess would probably be Lynn Jenkins. You remember Lynn Jenkins. She was our state treasurer for a number of years and later went on to become Congresswoman Lynn Jenkins, and again served our state very well in D.C. And indeed, she is also a Holton High alumni graduate, former Jackson County resident. However, Mr. President, both of those guesses would be wrong. The most revered member of Jackson County is a young man by the name of Danny J. Peterson. You see, Mr. President, if you drive through town on Highway 75, you'll notice the sign that says Danny J. Peterson Memorial Highway. If you go to our local Walmart, you'll see a mural, Danny J. Peterson mural. If you go to the north end of the Jackson County Courthouse, you'll see a section reserved for Danny J. Peterson. If you drive by our local VFW, you'll see another mural dedicated to Danny J. Peterson. As Paul Harvey might say, Mr. President, let me tell you the rest of the story. Danny J. Peterson grew up in Jackson County and enlisted in the United States Army in 1968. He was awarded the Medal of Honor posthumously by former President Ford. I will now read from Specialist Peterson's award citation. The date is January 9th, 1970. The place, Tay Ninh Province, South Vietnam. Operation Complete Victory 4 is underway. 20-year-old Specialist Peterson distinguished himself while serving as an armored personnel commander with Company B during combat operations against the North Vietnamese Army force estimated to be of battalion size. During the initial contact with the enemy, another armored personnel carrier was disabled, and the crewmen were pinned down by a heavy onslaught of enemy small arms, automatic weapons, and rocket-propelled grenade fire. Specialist Peterson immediately maneuvered his armored personnel carrier between the enemy and the disabled vehicle. He placed suppressive fire on the enemy's well-fortified position, thereby enabling the crew members of the disabled armored personnel carrier to repair their vehicle. He then maneuvered his vehicle while still under heavy hostile fire to within 10 feet of the enemy's defensive emplacement. After a period of intensive fire, his vehicle received a direct hit and the driver was wounded. With extraordinary courage and selfless disregard for his own safety, Specialist Peterson carried his wounded comrade 45 meters across the bullet-swept field to a secure area. He then voluntarily returned to his disabled armored personnel carrier to provide additional covering fire for both the other vehicle and the dismounted personnel of his platoon as they withdrew. Despite heavy fire from three sides, he remained with his disabled vehicle alone and completely exposed. Specialist Peterson was standing on top of his vehicle, firing his weapon when he was mortally wounded. His heroic and selfless actions prevented further loss of life in his platoon. Specialist Peterson's conspicuous gallantry and extraordinary heroism are in the highest traditions of the service and reflect great credit upon himself, his unit, and the United States Army. Would the reader please read the resolution?
Whereas, Danny J. Peterson was born on March 11, 1949 in Horton, Kansas, and joined the United States Army in Oskaloosa, Kansas in March of 1969. And whereas, Danny J. Peterson was given the rank of Specialist 4th Class, serving as a Specialist 4th Class in Company B, 4th Battalion, 23rd Infantry Regiment, 25th Infantry Division, and the Tay Ninh Province in the Republic of Vietnam. And whereas, on January 9, 1970, Specialist 4th Class Peterson was assigned as an Armored Personnel Carrier Commander. And whereas, under heavy attack by a battalion-sized force from the North Vietnamese Army, Specialist 4th Class Peterson saw that another U.S. Armored Personnel Carrier had been disabled, and its crew were pinned down by intense enemy fire. And whereas, Specialist 4th Class Peterson decisively moved his Armored Personnel Carrier between the disabled U.S. vehicle and enemy fire, Peterson proceeded to unleash suppressive fire on the enemy's position. And whereas, when the driver of the vehicle was wounded by a direct hit to the vehicle, Specialist 4th Class Peterson carried his wounded comrade 45 meters to safety through enemy fire with unwavering courage and disregard for his own safety. And whereas, Specialist 4th Class Peterson valiantly returned to his vehicle, and while standing, exposed on top, he provided covering fire during the withdrawal of the remaining vehicles and his platoon's dismounted personnel. And whereas, for his courageous and selfless actions, Peterson was posthumously awarded The Medal of Honor by President Gerald Ford on July 17, 1974, in addition to a Bronze Star, Commendation Medal with the Oak Leaf Cluster, and the Purple Heart. And whereas, in memory of Specialist 4th Class Peterson's heroic efforts, a portion of the US 75 near Netawaka, Kansas is named the Danny J. Peterson Memorial Highway. Peterson's name is inscribed on the panel in 14W line 20 of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, and he's laid to rest at the Netawaka Cemetery in Netawaka, Kansas. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Kansas that we honor the service and sacrifice of Vietnam War Medal of the honor recipient Danny J. Peterson.
Mr. President, we have a number of courageous and great Kansans who serve our great country. Here today with us as we honor Medal of Honor recipient Danny J. Peterson are two of his surviving family members. We have Sister Rita Claxton and brother Mark Peterson. I move an emergency be declared and the rules suspended and Senate Resolution 1719 be adopted by voice vote, Mr. President.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can we give a round of applause for his family members and Danny J. Peterson?
It's an honor to have you guys here today. Welcome to the Senate. It's incredibly valuable for us to take moments like this and remember someone who gave the ultimate sacrifice for all of us. And just, I mean, it's really unfathomable for me, the amount of bravery somebody like your brother had and the love for his fellow men and his country. So it's our honor to have you here. Thank you. Messages from the governor. Clerk will read.
Senate bills numbers 78, 166, and 194 have been signed. Approved March 26, 2025. Senate bill numbers 6, 36, and 58 have been signed. Approved March 26, 2025. While I understand the legislature's desire to have a say in the appointment process for filing vacancies for the United States senators, state treasurer, and insurance commissioner, this bill puts forth a partisan power grab by the legislature and includes an overly bureaucratic process ripe for undue influence by special interests. Had the legislature passed a simpler method for modifying the appointment process for these offices, I would have signed it into law. However, given my concerns about the messy process this bill creates, the bill will become law without my signature, dated 3-31-2025. Senate bill numbers 13, 77, and 104 have been signed, approved April 1st, 2025. Senate bill numbers 89, 97, and substitute for Senate bill 67 have been signed, approved April 1st, 2025. Senate bill numbers 117 and 137 have been signed, approved April 1st, 2025. Substitutes for Senate bill number 45 and 54 have been signed, approved April 7th, 2025. Senate bill numbers 35, 114, and House substitute for Senate bill 9 have been signed, approved April 7th, 2025. Senate bill numbers 21, 42, 44, 50, 64, 135, 139, 199, 227, and 241, substitute for Senate bill 193, and House substitute for Senate bill number 126 have been signed, approved April 8th, 2025. Message from the governor regarding Senate Bill 5. Restricting federal funds for elections and election-related activities without legislative approval is not just unnecessary micromanagement, it undermines our ability to conduct secure and efficient elections. Some legislators have voiced concerns about voter fraud and foreign interference, but state and local election officials would be much more capable of addressing these threats if they receive the necessary funding from Congress. It doesn't make sense to turn down these resources that make our local elections in Kansas safe, secure, and accurate. Given that the legislature only convenes for 3 months each year, how can we expect them to approve funding when they are not available year-round? Instead of obstructing our electoral process, lawmakers should concentrate on the real issues impacting Kansans rather than complicating the management of election funds. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto Senate Bill 5, the Governor's Office, by the Governor Laura Kelly, dated March 26, 2025. Message from the Governor regarding Senate Bill 14. Kansas entered statehood on January 29, 1861. Since that time, every single legislature has managed to pass a budget that became law. In fact, technically speaking, it's the legislature's only constitutionally required job. If this legislature cannot do what every previous legislature has been able to do since our founding, through periods of war, famine, pandemic, recession, the Dust Bowl, and even the Great Depression, then they will have to do it over my veto, because I will not sanction it, nor will the people of Kansas. The bill is the latest attempt at a legislative overreach into the executive branch, and it is really nothing more than an invitation to government dysfunction, just like we see in Washington, D.C. Is that what we want for Kansas? I am confident that this legislature will be able to continue the tradition of completing their constitutionally mandated duties within the constitutionally mandated time frame, just as every one of their predecessors has been able to do. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto Senate Bill 14 by the Governor's Office, Laura Kelly, dated March 26, 2025. Message from the Governor regarding veto of Senate Bill 18. While the issuance of specialty state license plates for nonprofit organizations rarely produces controversy, Senate Bill 18 was amended to funnel revenue generated by the royalties from these license plates to a 501c4 entity that engages in political and state legislative campaigns. Official government-issued license plates should not be used by organizations to generate revenue that can be redirected by the organizations for political purposes. Individuals are free to donate to any candidate or cause that they choose, but using a government-issued license plate for that purpose creates a dangerous precedent and does not serve a valid, justifiable public service. Simply put, it doesn't pass the smell test, which is why I cannot and will not support it. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto Senate Bill 18. The Governor's Office, by the Governor Laura Kelly, dated April 9th, 2025. Message from the Governor regarding veto of substitute for Senate Bill 29. Taking away the authority of public health officials to prohibit public gatherings and issue quarantines when necessary for the control of infectious or contagious diseases directly contradicts effective, evidence-based health intervention advice and would put the health and safety of Kansans at unnecessary risk. While this legislation is likely motivated by the politics coming out of the recent pandemic, it would cause actual harm in efforts to mitigate current outbreaks related to measles, tuberculosis, and other infectious diseases. I will not sign legislation that hampers public health professionals' abilities to take reasonable measured steps to limit the spread of dangerous infections and protect the health of the communities that they are entrusted to serve. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14 of the Constitution, I hereby veto substitute for Senate Bill 29. The Governor's Office, by the Governor Laura Kelly, dated April 3rd, 2025. Message from the Governor regarding veto of Senate Bill 79. This bill is simply wrong. Not only would it make it more difficult for Kansans to access the food they need to feed their families, it would also harm Kansas businesses. The waiver required by this bill is confusing and will cause problems for our grocers and small businesses. Under the definition in that waiver, Kansas businesses would be mandated to stop accepting food assistance benefits for protein bars, trail mix, and other food products many would consider healthy. Meanwhile, items like Twix, Kit Kat, and Twizzlers would still be eligible for purchasing using food assistance benefits. It's nonsensical. I support the idea that Kansans should eat healthier. However, changes to the SNAP food assistance program should be made at the federal level, not on patchwork state-by-state bases. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto Senate Bill 79. The Governor's Office, by the Governor Laura Kelly, dated April 3rd, 2025. Message from the Governor regarding veto of Senate Bill 269. I have proposed and supported tax cuts when they are implemented responsibly and benefit the people of Kansas, especially those who need it most. This bill ignores Kansas families at a time of rising costs and inflation in favor of hundreds of millions of dollars in giveaways to corporations and the wealthy. Make no mistake, should this bill become law, it will put the state back on the path toward the failed Brownback tax experiment. The 4-day school weeks, the budget cuts, and the crumbling roads and bridges that came with it. The income tax cuts made possible by this bill could cost the state up to $1.3 billion annually. The triggers for those tax cuts are such that as soon as the state sees an uptick in revenue, taxes will automatically cut regardless for other economic factors or policy and budgetary considerations. We've been down this road before, and we can't afford to go back to failed tax experiments and policies that will stifle economic opportunity for everyday Kansans and thwart efforts to ensure a sustainable water supply essential to our rural communities. I sincerely hope that the legislature listens to the people of Kansas and rethinks priorities on tax policy. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto Senate Bill 269. The Governor's Office, by the Governor, Laura Kelly, dated April 9th, 2025. Pursuant to Article 2, Section 14B of the Constitution of the State of Kansas, I hereby return Senate Bill 125 with my signature approving the bill, except for the items enumerated below. Legislature AI Project Section 35A has been line item vetoed in its entirety. Attorney General-Key Fund Transfer Section 40D and Section 41G have been line item vetoed in their entirety. State Treasurer for the Pregnancy Compassion Awareness Program, the portion of Section 46A that reads as follows has been line item vetoed. Pregnancy Compassion Awareness Program. State Treasurer for the Duplicative Talent Attraction Program, Section 46C and Section 47 have been line item vetoed in their entirety. For the Kansas Department of Administration, the Docking State Office Building Expenditures, Section 62D and Section 63W have been line item vetoed in their entirety. The Kansas Department of Administration Press Office Lease Costs, Section 63X has been line item vetoed in its entirety. The Kansas Lottery, Legislative Interference in Sports Gaming, Section 72B and Section 73F have been line item vetoed in their entirety. The Kansas Department of Commerce, Purple UAS, the portion of 76A that reads as follows has been line item vetoed. The Purple UAS Certification Innovation Grant Account. The Kansas Department of Commerce, Arts Commission Restrictions, the portion of Section 76B that reads as follows has been line item vetoed. That's all. The Kansas Department of Health and Environment, Disease Control, the portion of Section 83A that reads as follows has been line item vetoed. The portion of Section 83A that reads as follows has also been line item vetoed. The Kansas Department of Health and Environment, Cerebral Policy Research, the portion of Section 83A that reads as follows has been line item vetoed. The Cerebral Palsy Research. The Kansas Department of Health and Environment, Dental Services, the portion of Section 83A that reads as follows has been line item vetoed. The Donated Dental Services. Kansas Department of Health and Environment, 12-month Medicaid continuous eligibility, Sections 84E and Section 85O have been line item vetoed in their entirety. The Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services, continuation of Spark funding. The portion of Section 88A that reads as follows has been line item vetoed. The Aging Service Grants for $140,000. The portion of Section 89A that reads as follows has been line item vetoed. The Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services, lapsed funding. Section 89AA has been vetoed in its entirety. The Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services, LARNED contract staffing. Section 90 has been line item vetoed in its entirety. The Kansas Department for Children and Families, Interpretive Services, the portion of Section 92A that reads as follows has been line item vetoed. The Department of Education, Online Curriculum, Section 96N has been line item vetoed in its entirety. The Department of Education, Spark Wheel, Section 96P has been line item vetoed in its entirety. The Department of Education, Conditioning CPI-U funding increases. Section 96S has been line item vetoed in its entirety. The Kansas State University Extension Systems and Agricultural Research Programs, double funding. Section 108C has been line item vetoed in its entirety. The Wichita State University Dentistry Feasibility Study. The portion of Section 116A that reads as follows has been line item vetoed. The Dentistry Feasibility Study. The Kansas Board of Regents Scholarship Lapses, Sections 118H and Section 118I have been line item vetoed in their entirety. The Department of Corrections O'Connell Children's Shelter. The portion of Section 120A that reads as follows has been line item vetoed. The Kansas Bureau of Investigations DNA analysis, the portion of Section 129A that reads as follows has been line item vetoed. The Forensic DNA analysis. The State 911 Board Mapping Grant Program, Section 135A has been line item vetoed in its entirety. The State Finance Council, ARPA funds, Section 153, Section 156, and Section 158 have been line item vetoed in their entirety. The State Finance Council, 2027 State General Fund reduction, the portion of Section 159A that reads as follows has been line item vetoed. The State Finance Council, the State Highway Fund cut, Section 159B has been line item vetoed in its entirety. The Kansas State Veterinary Medical Center Bonding Authority, Section 177B has been line item vetoed in its entirety. The Kansas Highway Patrol Jabara Airport Hangar, Section 187A and Section 188 have been line item vetoed in their entirety. The Governor's Office, by the Governor, Laura Kelly, dated April 9th, 2025.
Messages from the House. Clerk will read.
The House concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2155 and has requested return of the bill. The House has adopted the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 24, Senate Bill 30, Senate Bill 156, Senate Bill 186, Senate Bill 204, and Senate Bill 237.
On a point of personal privilege, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have some very special guests today in the Kansas Senate. Normally in this chamber, we're very privileged to recognize some of our state's best athletes. But today we get to recognize a dynasty in our state's wrestling program. Goddard High School has won not one, not two, not three, but 10 out of the last state 5A championships for 5A wrestling, which is an extremely impressive accomplishment. And so today I want to take the opportunity to recognize some of those folks who've been coaching this team, who brought them a lot of the success, but also some of the players who have made some remarkable achievements. So when I call your name, please stand. So we have 4 state champions in our presence on the boys wrestling team. Oscar Guana is able to stand. Jaden Grilava, if I had to say his name, he's not able to make it with us today, but we do have Jacob Goodwin and Preston Hagel. And we also have a bunch of other wrestlers who were competing at state this year, as well as the girls wrestling team with us today from Goddard, which is, I think, in their 4th year. So we have some other special guests with us. And I also like to recognize all the coaches if they will stand. Brett Means, head coach. Doug Hoover, assistant coach. Lewis Spangler, assistant coach. Brian Means, assistant coach. Dakota Driscoll, assistant coach. Pat Lampkin, assistant coach. And then our athletic director and assistant principal, Brian Buchanan. And our district HR, who has a student athlete among her son, Sarah Vieira. So I'd like to send them a warm welcome and congratulate them on their many, many years of terrific success in state wrestling.
Congratulations. Welcome to the Senate. Second point of personal privilege, the Senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today in the chamber, I have with me a proud Kansan, United States Marine, Sheriff's Deputy, and Kansas entrepreneur. His name is Scott Shane. You might guess that he is a relation to me. He's my father, but proud to have him in the building today. If the Senate could give him a warm welcome. Him and my mother, Beverly, are celebrating their Golden Jubilee 50th wedding anniversary this Sunday. So welcome Scott Shane to the Kansas Senate, please.
Welcome to the Senate, Scott. You got to be proud of the boy out there, right? So, I'm proud of your 50 years. I've only got 31, so I'm still chasing you. So that's great. That's a grand accomplishment right there. All right. All right. Please note, see April 10 Journal for reports from the Department of Education, Department of Revenue. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate suspend Joint Rule 4K to consider the following bill. House Bill 2045.
Further motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. On agree to disagree, Chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, on 2045.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2045 to agree to disagree and request a new Conference Committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Second conferees on part of the Senate. Chair appoints Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford, and the Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes. Before recessing, are there announcements? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Judiciary Committee, so not the Conference Committee, but Senate Judiciary Committee, will be meeting at noon to consider the appointment of Rebecca Dickinson to the Kansas Crime Victims Compensation Board. We will be meeting in 582 North. Packets are available in the Majority Leader's office, and we're planning to have lunch provided. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Goudeau.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the Senate would give a warm, happy birthday wish to the Senate Minority Leader, Senator Dinah Sykes. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Senator Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Legislative Post Audit Committee has been moved back from 11:30 to noon in anticipation of a little bit of work here on the floor, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. On your desk, you'll see a flyer from the Kansas Department of Labor. It's called TOTO, Today's Occupations, Tomorrow's Opportunities. They'll have a live demonstration today in the Rotunda on the second floor between 10 and 3. And it's a great software program. So thank you.
Senator from Harvey, Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Two announcements. First, there is lunch, 144 South, sponsored by Clear and Truth Caucus, Chick-fil-A for anybody and everybody that is hungry. Secondly, I would like to announce the birth of Mason Lee Rostetter, my third grandchild, my first grandson, on April 4th. He was born at 10:38 at home, which my daughter's a rock star. He was 8 pounds, 8 ounces, and 21 inches, and is incredibly healthy. So thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. The senator from Sedgwick beat me to celebrating the Minority Leader's birthday today, so happy birthday to her. I promised her that we would be done by 5 o'clock today so she can go celebrate her birthday. I did say 4:30. I have a little more room, so we will get our business done hopefully sooner rather than later so she can go celebrate her birthday. Today, Senate Republicans are going to break for caucus to caucus on all Senate bills that have been vetoed by the governor, as well as all conference committee reports that are ready for Senate action. With that, I will yield to the senator from Douglas.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Democrats will caucus in room 287 North upon recess. I yield back to the senator from Sedgwick.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. President, I move the Senate recess until sound of the gavel.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're in recess.
Senate will come to order. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, on Senate Bill 5.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Bill 5 passed the Senate the first time, 32-8, passed the House 86-37. Already in law, it is prohibited from any election official knowingly accepting or expending any money directly or indirectly from any person except as provided by acts of appropriation or by state law for any expenditures relating to conducting, funding, or otherwise facilitating the administration of election pursuant to law. All that Senate Bill 5 does is expands that prohibition by including monies provided by any branch, agency, department, office, or bureau of the federal government. And this would be in addition to any monies provided by a private individual or organization. Also prohibits expenditures of money for conducting elections and election-related activities, including voter registration and voter assistance efforts. If the money can be expended for such activities, then those expenditures must be only for those purposes authorized by the act of appropriation, either by Congress or the state legislature. We do have one exemption we added to Senate Bill 5 on the floor, and that was for it shall not apply to the receipt and expenditure of money for election security. And violation of this, as is in current law, is a severity level non-person felony. It would go into act if the override is successful on the publishing in the Kansas Register. Bottom line is, in the governor's veto, she said restricting federal funds for elections and election-related activities without legislature approval is unnecessary and micromanagement. Bottom line is, we appropriate money for elections all the time, and this just prevents the federal government overreach into elections where they have no business whatsoever. Executive orders are the reason for this Senate bill. It is more of a separation of powers issue than it is an elections issue. And because the executive branch of the federal government should not be, has no place in playing in elections in the state. And therefore, it's more important to override this veto for that than almost anything else. And with that, I will stand, well, I don't think the veto message of the governor having been read, I move Senate Bill 5 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You've heard the motion. Are there questions? Seeing none, we're ready for final action. Clerk will call the roll. Remind the body that a vote yes votes to override the governor's veto. No vote would sustain the governor's veto.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fagg. Faust-Gudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher, Klemp, Cluse, Masterson, Murphy, Owens, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Rose, Reichman, Schmidt, Schallenberger, Shane, Starnes, Sykes, Thomas, Thompson, Titus, Tyson, Ware, Warren.
We have a couple of members that are en route. Does every member had an opportunity to vote? Any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator Sedgwick, Senator Fausto. Senator Shawnee, Senator Schmidt. Are we still waiting? Okay. Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. Has every member now had an opportunity to vote? Clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "31 having voted in favor and 9 opposed to Senate Bill 5. A two-thirds constitutional majority having voted in favor of overriding the governor's veto. The motion prevailed and the bill passes. Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This says Senate Bill 29. We have voted on this bill, and then the House voted, then we had a conference committee, and then this body approved the conference committee report, 31-9 and 88-36. The governor stated in her veto that it would prohibit or issuing quarantines, which is not really true. They may issue quarantines or institute isolation. It's just before taking that action, they must have probable cause. It also allows the aggrieved party to file a civil action within, and that be acted upon within 72 hours. If someone is wrongfully put into isolation or quarantine, they would want to have prompt action in case that was not done properly. And therefore, and also it mentions tuberculosis, which is in a completely different statute that has not changed at all their action toward tuberculosis in this bill.
You have a motion to make?
The veto message of the governor having been read, I move Senate Bill 29 be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You've heard the motion. Are there questions? Seeing none, this constitutes final action. The clerk will read. The clerk will call the roll.
Hallie. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fagg. Vascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Any senator wish to explain their vote? Clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "31 in favor and 9 against the two-thirds constitutional majority voting in favor of overriding the governor's veto on Senate Bill 29. The motion prevails and the bill is passed. Chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So Senate Bill 269, or Conference Committee Report 269, is the income tax buy-down for simplicity's sake. Once we reach a certain threshold in the state of Kansas with increased taxes collected, often referred to as revenue, it's not revenue, it's taxpayer money. Once that threshold is met, and it's 15% in the budget remediation fund, or sometimes referred to as the rainy day fund, an equation would kick into place to lower state income taxes for the next year. Mr. Vice President, I can't understand why anybody would veto this or not support this effort and stop our government growth. The veto message of the governor having been read, I move that SB 269 be passed now withstanding the governor's veto.
You've heard the motion. Are there questions? Chair recognizes Senator Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I wanted to answer the good senator's question of why somebody may not support this. You know, when we left off here, I made the point on the Senate floor several times about where is the property tax relief, and we continue, even here in the waning days of session, to not see any meaningful property tax relief. I know that when we were on this break, that was a continued question from constituents. Was the legislature, they campaigned on that they were going to reduce our property taxes. They said at the beginning of session that they were going to reduce our property taxes, and we still don't yet have any significant property tax relief that we can bring to our constituents. So I continue to disagree with the continued focus on the income tax piece of our tax equation, when what both we've promised to our constituents and what our constituents have shared with us that they would like to see is robust, meaningful property tax relief. So that's the first reason that I oppose this measure. This is not going to bring down property taxes, and it's not going to help our constituents to deal with the rising prices that they're all facing right now. And not only does it not provide any immediate property tax relief, it doesn't really provide any immediate tax relief of any kind. And actually what it does is it ties the hands of a future legislature, Mr. Vice President, to be able to provide property tax relief, if not now, even in the future. Because what we're doing is we're committing, and we're saying if we have these excess revenues, that they need to be spent only on income tax relief. And so it's a double whammy for folks who are expecting that property tax relief. We're not going to give it to you this session, and we're also not going to be able to give it to you in future sessions. This is also, I think, going to be a challenging thing to explain to our voters, that you know, they'll ask us, did you pass any tax relief? And I guess we'll have to say, well, maybe is the question. We might have provided tax relief, but you won't have the benefit of that until future years. And so we don't know if and when any of this will kick in, and so we don't really know when our constituents will start feeling the benefit of any of the income tax relief that this bill would propose. Another challenge that I think that we need to think about that I hadn't mentioned when I'd commented on this previously is that we know that a flat tax is really not the best way to provide robust relief for those who most need that tax relief, Mr. Vice President. If you look at who benefits from a flat tax, you see that if you're somebody who makes $25,000 to $50,000, imagine that we've got down to that 4% that we're looking to get to under this legislation. If you make between $25,000 and $50,000, you'd see a savings of $226.84. So you would see a change in your income tax liability. You'd see a reduction of 27.7%. And if you're somebody who makes in that $75,000 and just over $70,000 to $100,000, you'd see an $806.85 reduction. But that change would only be actually a 26.5% decrease. But for those making $250,000 and over, you would see a 42.5% decrease in their tax liability. So this, I think, is a tax policy that doesn't really provide the broad-based relief to middle-class Kansans that I think that we really should be striving for. I know that in some of the emails that have gone out urging that this veto be overridden, we've looked at places like North Carolina that does have something similar to this in place. The challenge is that really we kind of have it backwards in that Kansas's economy is actually the envy of North Carolina. North Carolina's economy is not the envy of Kansas. We have a much stronger economy than a state like North Carolina, who has implemented these sort of provisions, and we are outpacing them. In particular, Kansas has a higher household income. We have lower unemployment. So by nearly any economic measure, we are doing better than North Carolina. So I struggle to see why we would want to say that North Carolina is the gold standard of tax policy if the goal is to have robust economic growth, if we are outpacing North Carolina in all the key metrics that you would look at. North Carolina has also really tied their hands. They have an $800 million revenue decline in future years because of these rate triggers. We heard testimony as part of this and on other bills from CEOs who said that the Kansas income tax rate really has no effect on whether or not a business chooses to locate in the state of Kansas. So I don't think that these changes are going to be really an additive when it comes to attracting new businesses to the state. So I'll be voting to sustain the veto. I'll be voting no on this. Would urge my colleagues to join me in that effort. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Interesting comments. I'll just point out a few things, some obvious things, but maybe not everybody in this body knows that, we always don't get what we want right away. And this body passed property tax relief early. And I would say relief. People were acting like a 3% limit on your tax valuation is not relief. But then the same person would argue that it was going to decrease revenues or taxes collected by $260 million. You can't have it both ways, guys. Either it's tax relief or it's not. And I agree that it is tax relief. And this body took care of that early in session, very early. And the 1.5 mil that was signed into law is actual property tax relief. It hasn't been talked about, but that's not just on your home. That's also 1.5 mil on your vehicles. I mean, that is true property tax. And the other thing that hasn't been talked about on that 1.5 mil, your valuations continue to increase exorbitantly, double digits for most people in residential. You will no longer see that tax increase on that 1.5 mil. So it's a savings in the future too, not just for today. They're gonna say it's minimal, but you know what? It's a step in the right direction. I'll remind the body that 3 to 4 years ago, I introduced legislation that would exempt $100,000 off of your 20 mil that you pay for residential. Now, granted, that was a big step. It was requested. I was working with a House member on it. It was good legislation. We agreed on $40,000 with an inflation factor. Well, next year, the minority party comes back and puts in a bill and says, oh, it needs to be $100,000. Well, where were they when we had the $100,000 bill? Now they're proposing $150,000. Well, that's great and wonderful, but the fiscal note is very expensive on that. So we're trying to fix the process that is broken for property taxes, not just a Band-Aid to throw money at it. What was their idea this year? Oh, let's propose a committee that studies property taxes. So how many years out would we be looking for property tax relief on a study? We took action, we took votes, and we worked hard. But Legislation 101, the Senate doesn't become law with one body. It takes two chambers and oftentimes the governor. And so that's why we're here, to take a look at what she vetoed on the income tax legislation. I'll also remind you, 3 to 4 years ago, actually 5 years ago, myself and others, we were pushing to exempt Social Security on state income tax. It did not happen overnight. It took years to recognize it and to get our colleagues to join us in that battle. And guess what? People go file their state income tax now. I'm getting phone calls. They are ecstatic that we got that passed. We are helping people. We helped Kansans by lowering state income tax last year, by increasing the personal exemption, by lowering the brackets. And another thing that we did that we don't get credit for, but we did it, it doesn't matter who gets credit, we removed the state sales tax on most groceries. That was a massive piece of legislation. I'll tell you, the first person that I remember that proposed that was Representative Jana Goodman from Leavenworth. You guys probably don't even remember her. So these battles have been ongoing for years. It doesn't happen overnight. I wish it happened in 90 days. Yes, that would be my goal, to push it through in 90 days. But we are not going to continue. We are not going to stop fighting for our constituents and to fix a broken property tax relief while we continue to stop growing the beast that we keep feeding, and that is government. Income taxes, sales taxes, property taxes. Kansas is some of the highest in the nation, and we need to do what we can to reduce that. So I stand strong in support, and I hope the body will join me in providing future income tax relief for Kansans.
Further questions? Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Can the senator from Lynn remind us how much of our revenue, state general fund revenue, comes from income taxes?
Senator from Lynn.
So the good senator knows that the majority of taxes right now that are coming into the state are between sales and income tax. But the largest amount of taxes collected in the state of Kansas is property tax.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I had understood it was about 60% that was income tax. And so the senator from Lynn did go through a number of ways that this body has been able to get across the line some of those reductions in income tax. We did reduce the 1.5 mils, but I think we still are wanting to be working on property tax. With income tax being so much of the revenue that the state has to work with, I think it would be a mistake to limit any growth in that, especially as we have a governor and a Department of Commerce that have been actively working to increase some of that income. I hate to see that all spent on income tax reduction, not on property tax reduction, not on investment in education in our state.
Further questions? Seeing none, the motion before us. Senator from Lynn.
Can I close on my motion? Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I just wanted to respond to that. It's not an exclusive or mutually exclusive. We can do all, because we repealed the 1.5 mil, the state will not use any portion of property tax for our budget. It will all be local government. So we need to really reflect on using state money to reduce local government.
We're now ready for final action. The motion before us is to, notwithstanding the governor's veto, Senate Bill 269 be passed. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Goudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Any senator wish to explain their vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "30 having voted in favor and 10 against, 2/3 constitutional majority having voted in favor of overriding the governor's veto on Senate Bill 269. The motion prevails and the bill passes. Chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 14, we've been here a few times. It's the anti-government shutdown bill, continuing appropriation. Not a lot to add to that. Veto message of the governor having been read, I move Senate Bill 14 be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You've heard the motion. Are there questions? Seeing none. Ready for final action? The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Glaze Celine. Glaze Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Goudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "31 having voted in favor and 9 against, 2/3 constitutional majority having voted in favor of overriding the governor's veto on Senate Bill 14. The motion prevails and the bill passes. Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Bill 79 is the bill that would require the Secretary of the Department of Children and Families to request a waiver from the U.S. Department of Agriculture to exclude pop and candy from SNAP benefits. Quote, the primary goal of the SNAP program are to alleviate hunger and improve the nutrition and health of low-income individuals. This waiver is consistent with SNAP's stated goal of providing food assistance to raise levels of nutrition among low-income individuals. The proposed waiver meets the definition of permissible projects to increase the self-sufficiency of supplemental nutrition assistance program recipients and allows greater conformity with the rules of other programs. Allowing the purchase of sugar-sweetened soda beverages and candy with minimal nutritional value with federal dollars is harmful for low-income families, and it enables unhealthy nutritional habits. It also creates irresponsible spending of federal tax dollars and increases healthcare costs. It is anticipated that prohibiting soda beverages and candy from being purchased with SNAP benefits will shift the household's funds to purchase healthier, nutritious foods, end quote. Mr. Vice President, I couldn't have said it better myself. That is from a waiver that was submitted to the U.S. Department of Agriculture by the administration 2 days before the governor's veto. With that, the veto message of the governor having been read, I move Senate Bill 79 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto. I'll stand for questions.
You've heard the motion. Are there questions? Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falskadell.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I have a question for the gentlelady from Sedgwick.
Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. In the message that she just read, and it talked about low-income families, are you saying that the only individuals that would be affected by sugar and soda pops, these items, are only low-income people? I would argue to say that, you know, those items could affect anyone regardless of their income status. If she would elaborate, I'd appreciate it, Mr. Vice President. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Of course not. It would affect everyone, but this bill does deal with specifically with SNAP benefits, which that is the population of the benefit.
Further question? Senator Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I would just remind the body that within this bill, it would also make it more difficult for businesses to handle SNAP benefits, which could mean that within your community and mine, there would be fewer opportunities for those that do use SNAP benefits to have a ability to use those in their communities. Because of the confusion that this bill creates, where it speaks to whether it has flour or not flour within the product, so like items like trail mix and food products like that would not be included or would be not allowed, but yet you could buy a Twix bar or a Kit Kat. So it's making it much more difficult for those businesses to deal with SNAP benefits, and also then making it more difficult for those who need to use SNAP benefits to make access. And that would mean it's also harder for them to access healthy foods. So if your community's not, if you have communities that are not taking, or businesses that are now not taking those SNAP benefits, then that might mean they have to go further and further to be able to access food. So another reason why this is not good legislation.
Are there further questions? Seeing none. We're ready for final action. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich, Erickson, Fag, Fascudo, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Holscher, Klemp, Cluse, Masterson, Murphy, Owens, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Rose, Reichman, Schmidt, Schallenberger, Shane, Starnes, Sykes, Thomas, Thompson, Titus, Tyson, Ware, Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Any senator wish to explain their vote? Call to Senate's been requested, seeing sufficient hands, calls in order. Members will be in their seats. Sergeant at Arms will secure the doors. The clerk will call the roll.
Haley,
Mr. Vice President, could we have a preliminary?
29 aye, 10 nay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I have strong feelings about this particular issue, pro and con. Originally supported it as it came out, the underlying bill. I am concerned about what nutrition means and how it's implemented and how we augment it. That having been said, with 29, you're saying, that are currently in support, and the balance being left with the reasoning and the rationale brought by our governor in her veto message, but with 29 in already, I can join the governor and will vote to sustain her veto, and thereby vote no.
Calls raised. Any further explanation of vote? Yes. Senator Sedgwick, Senator Fascudo.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I think this legislation is so unfair to Kansans. A large number of my constituents receive food stamps, SNAPs, benefits. Mr. President, when my daughters graduated high school back in 2010 and 2012, I noticed them and their friends who the chocolate milk served in the cafeterias. I always thought it was something in the milk. You know, all the girls from that age are pretty, thick. And Mr. Vice President, also, why don't we want to put any of the responsibility on those that the ingredients in those soda pops and candy bars? Mr. Vice President, all of us, especially those working poor people who are at work right now and need a little energy pickup to eat a candy bar to help them make it through the day. I think this is just so unfair, and I vote no to support the governor's veto on Senate Bill 79. Thank you.
Further explanation of vote? Any member wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. 29 in favor and 11 against, a two-thirds constitutional majority having voted in favor of overriding the governor's veto on Senate Bill 79, the motion prevails and the bill passes. Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Majority Leader Blasey.
Mr. Vice President, I'm going to make a motion to allow the Senate to take action on all conference committee reports that were not finished before we left. So I move the Senate suspend Joint Rule 4K to consider the following bills: House Bill 2231, 2125, 2289, Senate Bill 156, 186, 204, and 237.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Are there announcements? Chair recognizes Senator Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Senate Conference Committee for Public Health and Welfare will meet with the House Commerce Conference Committee on House Bill 2045 at 1245 in room 159 South.
Are there further announcements? Chair recognizes Senator Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Mr. Vice President, post-audit is meeting currently at noon here in 546 South for any senators who sit on that committee. And Senate Republicans will caucus in our usual room at 1:30. And I yield to the Senator from Douglas.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Democrats will caucus at 1:20 in room 287 North. I yield back to the Senator from Sedgwick.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Mr. Vice President, move the Senate recess until 2 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are in recess.
Then will come to order. On a point of personal privilege, I recognize myself. So we have Larry Perry, who's been here 10 years. Well, his wife, Sue. That's why they're up in the VIP section. For those that have, if this is your first year, you'll come to see, as we walk in, the friendly faces of the doormen, right? And sometimes I'm like, I feel like, are they being ignored? I don't want them to be. And the things that they see, I think, man, the fly on the wall as we make our minutia, right? I mean, but Larry's one of these guys I wanted to do, so I have a tribute to Larry. This guy, I mean, he's been a veteran, retired from Goodyear. He and his wife, Sue, have dedicated the last 10 years to this building. And I just didn't want, he's retiring after this year, and I didn't want it to go unrecognized or unsaid how much appreciated him. Especially, I'd come in, he'd give me a handful of bubble gum or cinnamon or cough drops if he thought I was coughing. And it was just always something that I just thought was kind, and I wanted to make sure he was recognized. So we're doing a tribute. We don't need to vote on anything. I just wanted this body to recognize him and Sue and stand and thank them for their years of commitment to us. And I will yield to the minority leader from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, I just want to recognize someone who has faithfully served our Senate community for the past 10 years. And Larry, your professionalism, kindness, and integrity have been deeply felt by all who enter through those doors. So rain or shine, early morning, late night, you have stood to watch with grace, greeting senators, staff, and visitors alike. So in a building full of history and policy, it's the people like Larry who make it a community. He reminds us daily that service is not only found in the spotlight, but in the quiet, steady acts of dedication that uphold the dignity of this chamber. So as you enter this new chapter of a well-earned rest, I want to offer my deepest thanks, and I know I speak for many here. So thank you, and your presence will be missed, as well as your St. Patrick's Day attire. You're going to have to pass that on. So may the record reflect our appreciation, and may your next years be here just as meaningful as the 10 that you've given us. Thank you.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would just like to ditto all the comments and what you were saying a little earlier, recognizing Larry and his wife, and numerous occasions they come into our store, but his smile, and I call him the candy man, but he's definitely going to be missed, and appreciate them and their service to the people here in Kansas. Thank you.
One final thank you.
Chair recognizes Majority Leader Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And I also just quickly want to echo the words of my colleagues about Larry. He's always been that joyful smile in the morning, and sometimes here before most of us. And so it's always nice to walk in the Senate chamber and have someone smiling at you. So, Mr. Vice President, I move the Senate suspend Joint Rule 4K to consider the following bill. Senate Bill 24.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Chair recognizes Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're at the point, so the budget had a plethora of line item vetoes come through it. And what I would like to do right now, I'm gonna make a global motion in a minute to override all the vetoes, all the line items in Senate Bill 125 at one time. Now, that doesn't mean the House is doing the same thing. They could take individuals, but for us, for time, and since she vetoed both some spending and cuts, it's basically a wash on the dollars. And for example, if we were to not pass this motion, but then override the veto on pregnancy crisis centers, which we will, that would be more expensive, for example, because that's a $3 million line item versus the rounding error, which is the difference now. So I'd be glad to stand for questions, but the motion is to basically override every single line item in the budget in one motion. And the message having been read, I move all line items contained in SB 125 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You've heard the motion. Are there questions? Chair recognizes the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So I did hear the suggestion that this would be a wash, and yet I have taken my responsibility seriously to look at each of these line items. I do know that there were some questions about one or two of the vetoes. Some of those questions have been answered. I think this is a disservice to me and following through to my constituents to not be able to let them know which of these vetoes I believe are appropriate and which are not. So I'm wondering what time we might have to ask if we could divide the question. I know that that would have to be in writing, but we weren't aware that it would be all one bundle until this time.
I believe that a motion to divide the question is in order if it is in writing. Does the Senator from Butler wish to respond?
I do, Mr. Chairman. I understand this, but it would take some time, and then we would be in the process of individually voting on 38 line items. So given that, I'd like to cast the vote and see where we go. I would ask that we call the question. 10 hands is required to call the question.
The motion is in order. Seeing 10 hands, I guess the question has been called.
Point of order.
So, the motion to call the question is in order. We will vote, shall the question be called? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The question is called. We're now ready for final action. The chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just a clarification. We were not aware. We had heard there might be bundling, so we were trying to do this. We were not trying to do each individual, so I am opposed to this, but that was the will of the body, so I guess we will proceed. But just, can you go ahead and tell us again exactly what the motion is, what we will be voting on?
The motion will be to override all of the individual line items in the budget in Senate Bill 125. That's what the mover indicates it is. Are there questions? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
I'm unaccustomed to this, Mr. Vice President. Of course, the motion was made, and the majority is, of course, having its way.
The clerk will read. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Bowser, Clays from Saline, Clays from Sedgwick, Clifford, Corson, Dietrich, Erickson, Fag, Faust-Goudot, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Holscher, Klemp, Cluse, Masterson, Murphy, Owens, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Rose, Reichman, Schmidt, Schallenberger, Shane, Starnes, Sykes, Thomas, Thompson, Titus, Tyson, Ware, Warren.
Has every member had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote, explanation of vote? Senator Blinn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I don't often do this, but note aye.
Senator Harvey.
We have a preliminary vote count, Mr. Vice President.
It's 27 yes, 13 no.
I'd like to change my vote to an aye. Change my vote from no to aye.
Chair recognizes Senator Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Goudot.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm still going to keep my no vote, although I want it to be known that this is one of the hardest votes I've ever taken during a veto session during my time in the legislature. I certainly support one of the line items supporting the Cerebral Palsy Research Foundation in my district. I want them to know that I certainly still support them and all that they do to help those with disabilities in our state. And I really wish, Mr. Vice President, that I could have had the opportunity to vote on some of these measures individually. Thank you.
Senator Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I too, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Petty.
Senator Petty. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
That's my name.
The fairer senator from Wyandotte, yes, indeed.
And so that's the name what was said. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I did vote no on this motion, and I find it concerning that, one, this process was so concentrated this session that that senators had very little time to be involved in the budget process, and then here when there are line item vetoes within that budget, that we aren't willing to take the time to look at them individually and discuss whether they should be there or not, whether we're talking about the budget of 25 or 26 or 27. And there are a number of things there that are going to cost us more money. I know it was mentioned earlier that this budget is a wash. That is not true. If this, as this motion appears will pass, that it will cost us over $1 million more in '25 and over almost $2.5 million in '26, as well as items there that will not only cost the state, but cost our Kansans who are most in need, possibly their health care, and cost our departments spending much more time and money with contracts to investigate something that that we should not be doing when it comes particularly with the Medicaid eligibility for caregivers. So I take my responsibility as a senator very seriously, and I feel that my colleagues do. I just see this bundling as being a way to not show how important it is to discuss these items on a one-to-one basis, especially when we expect our governor to look at the budget carefully and make those decisions as she did with her work to look at this budget and then—
I might remind the senator it's a 2-minute limit.
Okay, I guess I passed it. Thank you.
I think you have. Senator Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Well, I was most impressed, Mr. Vice President, by both the concerns that were expressed by the senator from Cedric and the senator from Wyandotte. My concern, and it bears repeating, is with the manner in which moving with the supermajority as you have, we squelch the opportunity to have discussion and debate. And so I'm voting no, not because there wouldn't be several areas that we've outlined and that you have taken, I assume, in your caucus, Mr. Vice President, and that we took in ours to carefully delineate how we felt and how to have our expression as it pertains to our constituencies to be reflected through a seasoned debate. Ramrodding through by bundling everything together and having it be up or down is a disservice, not just to the process, but to the constituents that we each serve. There should be a debate. And for those who are anxious to rush home or go back to wherever it is that you want to be and not have that debate, I would hope at some point in time, Mr. Vice President, you reevaluate what your job is or your responsibilities are. And that does include hearing both sides, whether it's in an override or sustaining a veto or an everyday bill listening to. I know some are new here, Mr. Vice President, but I would hope that as they mature and as we grow in this process, they would look to doing a better service on behalf of what brings us here, to hear, to measure discussion, and then to act. Regrettably, I have to vote no, because there are some good items in here that deserve to be overridden, but I had to bundle and vote no.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I echo some of the comments from my colleagues from Wyandotte, but I think this is just fitting. This is a culmination of a condensed and a rushed session, and we are just amplifying what the public hates about politics and legislation, and we have just assured them that that's what happens. Ceasing debate, not wanting to thoroughly vet an issue, in the ugliness that everyone hates, that's what we just agreed to. And as my colleague from Wyandotte said, the governor had reduced spending by $2.5 million, and we just, in the blink of an eye, added it back without any thought. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. When the call for the question was made, I was standing. I had asked a question about would there be time to put together a written division, and I asked for a point of order and was not recognized. So this is just the culmination of a number of times when we've been reviewing the budget, and it started with the meetings in November and December when people took time to ask our staff to go through each of the items and then just said, well, let's just start where we were the previous year with no enhancements. We had a rushed budget process on this side in the Senate, and now with asking the governor to carefully look at each of these issues, try to explain them to us, once again, we have taken no time to do our job.
Explanation of vote, Senator Shawnee. Senator
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm going to change my no vote to aye. There are many things in this budget that was vetoed that I support, and I do not want to see that reflected in my vote. So by voting yes, those things that I do support will be able to be funded. There are some items, though, that I wish that we were able to talk about, to discuss, to get some more explanation on, because they were proviso language, or they were items that I just am uncomfortable supporting. However, it's obviously the will of the body that we go forward with this, so I will change my no to aye. Thank you.
Senator McLeod, Senator Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. No to aye.
Further explanation of vote? Further change of vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Having voted, 10 opposed to the override of Senate Bill 125, two-thirds constitutional majority having voted in favor of overriding the governor. Line item vetoes in Senate Bill 125. The motion is adopted and all line items are passed. Chair recognizes Senator Johnson. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. For the Senate Federal and State Affairs Committee, not the conference committee, but the actual committee, we're going to have a very quick meeting at the rail. It'll probably take us longer to get there than to do what we need to do, but I need to call that very quickly so we can do a bill introduction. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
We are going to be taking votes here very shortly, so don't go very far. Chair recognizes Senator Malin, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Tax Conference Committee will meet on, the House has called a conference on 82, Senate Bill 82, directly after finishing our work on the floor at the Senate. The House will be waiting on us in room 281.
Chair recognizes Senator McCalley. Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. House Commerce has called a Senate and House Commerce Conference Committee meeting for right after the adjournment, and it'll be in 159 South.
Under the order of business, messages from the House, the clerk will read.
Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the governor, together with the enrolled copy of House Bill 2062, an act concerning children and families, relating to orders of child support, providing for child support for unborn children from the date of conception and including the direct medical and pregnancy-related expenses of the mother, requiring the court to consider the value of retirement accounts when determining support orders, eliminating the exemption in retirement monies from claims to fulfill child support obligations, providing for an income tax exemption for unborn and stillborn children, and amending KSA-20, 165, 23-2205, 23-3001, and 23-3002, and KSA 2024 Supplement 60-2308 and 79-32121, and repealing the existing sections, which was received on April 9, 2025, and read on April 10, 2025. Quote, at first glance, this bill may appear to be a proposal to support pregnant women and families. However, this bill is yet another attempt by special interest groups and extremist lawmakers to ignore the will of Kansans and insert themselves into the lives of those making private medical decisions. It is a place where this legislature has become all too comfortable, particularly for those who espouse freedom from government overreach. The motives behind this bill are clear. Instead of helping pregnant women and families, the legislature chose to pass a bill that connects the issues of a woman's constitutional rights. This bill is a dismissal of the will of the majority of Kansans who voted overwhelmingly in 2022 to keep politicians out of the private medical decisions made between a woman and her doctor. Furthermore, the provisions of this bill are questionable, and it is surprising it has been put forward. There are legitimate worries surrounding its implications, and I encourage special interest groups and their legislative supporters to reflect on the broader impact of their actions. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto House Bill 2062. End quote. A motion was made that House Bill 2062 be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto. By a vote of 87 yeas and 38 nays, the motion having received the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives voting in the affirmative, the bill has passed.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren on House Bill 2062.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This is a measure that has been before this body a couple of different times, and it really is common sense to provide support for women, for pregnancy-related medical expenses, that can be put into a child support order after birth, as well as an exemption, a tax exemption for the first year after the child is born. And also it creates an opportunity for collecting child support arrearages from retirement accounts, again, supporting the child and obligations to support that child. And with that, Mr. Vice President, then the veto message of the governor having been read, I move House Bill 2062 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You've heard the motion. Are there questions? Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I just wanted to stand up and say that I'm a little disappointed in the way that this got bundled. I'm not going to speak on the substance of it because I've spoken on it for 2 years now, so I think the body knows how I feel about the substance of the child support aspect of it, the first piece of it. But I do support, and I think most members of the body do support the availability of accessing the child support from retirement accounts for child support arrearages. So I just wanted to state my support for that piece of it. I'm disappointed that I won't be able to cast an aye vote on the conference committee report as a whole, but I do support that provision. I wish, again, this was something that we were able to consider separately, because I do think that child support retirement account piece, when we do have arrearages, is an important piece. And just wanted to note my support, even though I will be voting no. Thank you.
Are there other questions? Seeing none, you've heard the motion. We are on final action. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Claystrom Saline. Claystrom Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich, Erickson, Fag, Fascudo, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Holscher, Klemp, Cluse, Masterson, Murphy, Owens, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Rose, Reichman, Schmidt, Schallenberger, Shane, Starnes, Sykes, Thomas, Thompson, Titus, Tyson, Ware, Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator Butler, Senator Masterson. Does any member wish to explain their vote? Any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "31 having voted in favor and 9 against, 2/3 constitutional majority having voted in favor of the overriding the governor's veto of House Bill 2062, the motion prevails and the bill passes. Messages from the House?
Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the governor, together with the enrolled copy of Senate substitute for House Bill 2240, an act concerning public assistance, requiring approval by an act of the legislature prior to any state agency seeking or implementing any public assistance program waiver or other authorization from the federal government that expands eligibility for any public assistance program, increases the cost to the state, or makes certain changes in services for persons with intellectual or developmental disabilities, authorizing the approval of such waivers, other authorizations, or changes by the legislature, coordinating council, when the legislature is not in session, which was received on April 9th, 2025, and read on April 10th, 2025. Quote, Senate substitute for House Bill 2240 is an unconstitutional overreach by the legislature into the executive branch, attempting to create an unlawful administration of the state's Medicaid program with the legislative branch. Our doctrine of independent government branches is firmly entrenched in the United States and Kansas constitutional law, and a significant intrusion by one branch into the duties of another has been held to be unlawful. There is little question in my mind that this represents such an intrusion. Additionally, we estimate that the process established in this bill would require hundreds of hours of taxpayer-funded work and research by legislative staff to implement even the most basic of changes. Since the federal government issues various administrative changes almost daily, it jeopardizes the very functioning of the underlying programs. Thousands of Kansans rely on these programs, including children, pregnant women, individuals with disabilities, and low-income seniors. This bill and the subsequent backlog that it would create threatens food and medical assistance benefits for our most vulnerable Kansans at a time of increased inflation and overall financial uncertainty. Kansans already have very strict eligibility rules and significant verification requirements for these programs. For these reasons and many more, I cannot and will not support this bill. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto Senate substitute for House Bill 2240, end quote. A motion was made that Senate substitute for House Bill 2240 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto. By a vote of 87 yeas and 38 nays, the motion having received the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives voting in the affirmative, the bill passed.
Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. As the reader just described, the Senate sub for House Bill 2240 would prohibit any agency from seeking a waiver that increase costs to the state or expands eligibility or makes change to IDD programs. And the reason for this is that the legislature, not bureaucrats, should be overseeing the allocation of funds and making those decisions. So the veto message of the governor having been read, I move HB 2240 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You've heard the motion. Are there questions? I recognize Senator Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I do believe it's very important to help the IDD community, and there have been other efforts and bills introduced to do so. Unfortunately, that information and that hope or some aid is attached to this bill, which is very problematic overall. Again, it shifts power away from actual experts in our agencies, and this will hurt our response time for critical programs and cause bottlenecks in our processes. Additionally, we already have Bob Bethel post-audit and the budget appropriation process of forms of oversight. I urge the body to vote no.
Are there further questions? Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. When the legislature left, 10 days or so ago, this is one of the issues that I heard about back home. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of Kansas families watching us take this vote today. I'm going to be proud to vote yes for the hundreds, if not thousands, of Kansans who have IDD, intellectual development disabilities. For Devin, for Neil, for Sandra, for the many other countless Kansans back in my district who love their case manager, who love the day services that they receive and the other services, to ensure that there is stability for them and their family. So I'm proud to vote aye on this override. Thank you.
Any other questions? Senator Sedgwick, do you want to close?
No, thank you.
Okay. This constitutes final action. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fagg. Faust-Goudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Any senator wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "31 having voted in favor and 9 against, the two-thirds constitutional majority having voted in favor of overriding the governor's veto of House Bill 2240, the motion prevails and the bill passes. House Bill 2311, that's messages from the House. Clerk will read.
Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the governor, together with the enrolled copy of House Bill 2311, an act concerning children and minors, relating to the Secretary for Children and Families, prohibiting the Secretary from adopting and enforcing policies for placement, custody, or appointment of a custodian that may conflict with a sincerely held religious or moral belief regarding sexual orientation or gender identity, creating a right of action for violations against the Secretary for Children and Families, which was received on April 3rd, 2025, and read on April 10th, 2025. Quote, "The top priority of the Kansas Department for Children and Families should be adhering to the best interest of the child standard. Legislation like this detracts from this standard and stands in the way of the best serving those in the child welfare system. Children in need of care already face unique and complex challenges. I will not sign legislation that could further complicate their lives. I also have concerns that this bill could expose the state to frivolous lawsuits and hinder the agency by taking time and resources away from critical services. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto House Bill 2311, end quote. A motion was made that House Bill 2311 be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto. By a vote of 87 yeas and 38 nays, the motion having received the required two-thirds constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives voting in the affirmative, the bill passed.
Chair recognizes Senator Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2311 prohibits the Department of Children and Families from denying the application for being a foster or an adoptive parent based solely on the religious beliefs of the applicant who is otherwise eligible. The veto session of the governor having been read, I move House Bill 2311 be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You've heard the motion. Are there questions? Seeing none, this constitutes final action. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Orson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fagg. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every member had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Any senator wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "31 in favor and 9 against, two-thirds constitutional majority having voted in favor of overriding the governor's veto of House Bill 2311. The motion prevails and the bill passes. House Bill 2382, messages from the House. Clerk will read.
Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the governor, together with the enrolled copy of Senate substitute for House Bill 2382, an act concerning education, requiring school districts to include a human fetal development presentation as part of the curriculum for any course that addresses human growth, human development, or human sexuality, authorizing the State Board of Education to establish the rate of compensation for members of the State Board, and amending KSA 72-253 and repealing the existing section, which was received on April 9, 2025 and read on April 10, 2025. Quote, "This bill is convoluted, manipulative, and wrong for a number of reasons. It undermines the authority of the Kansas State Board of Education and local school boards, who are vested with the duty and responsibility to set and enforce curricula for our schools, no matter the subject. The board, teachers, and administrators put in significant effort to create curricula and lesson plans. This legislation undermines their autonomy and replaces the expertise of trained professionals with the desires of special interest groups and politicians that enable them. Additionally, this bill fails to establish standards to ensure the information included in the program is evidence-based, but it is not surprising, as the goal of this bill is not to educate developing and impressionable young minds. It is to push a specific agenda without the proper research to back it up. As policymakers and parents, we should demand that our children are provided with high-quality, relevant, researched, and age-appropriate educational experiences free from ideological prejudice. House Bill 2382 falls short of that goal. For these reasons, I cannot and will not support this bill. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto Senate substitute for House Bill 2382." End quote. A motion was made that Senate substitute for House Bill 2382 be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto. By a vote of 84 yeas and 41 nays, the motion having received the required two-thirds constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives voting in the affirmative, the bill passed.
Chair recognizes Senator Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Yes, as the reader indicated, Senate substitute for House Bill 2382 does provide that schools must show a fetal development video at least 3 minutes in length in any part of human growth and development coursework, and also addresses the State Board of Education pay and allows them to make those decisions at the board level. With that, the veto message of the governor having been read, I move House Bill 2382 be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You've heard the motion. Are there questions? Seeing none, this constitutes final action. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Glaze from Celine. Glaze from Sedgwick. Clifford. Gorson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Ulsher, Klemp, Cluse, Masterson, Murphy, Owens, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Rose, Reichman, Schmidt, Schallenberger, Shane, Starnes, Sykes, Thomas, Thompson, Titus, Tyson, Ware, Warren.
Senator Sedgwick, Senator Blasey. Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any member wish to explain their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Thank you. 31 in favor and 9 against, a 2/3 constitutional majority having voted in favor of overriding the governor's veto on House Bill 2382. The motion prevails and the bill passes. Messages from the House on House Bill 2033. The clerk will read.
Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the governor, together with the enrolled copy of House Bill 2033, an act concerning education, relating to at-risk educational programs, including programs and services provided by nonprofit organizations accredited by the International Multisensory Structured Language Education Council as approved at-risk educational programs, amending KSA 22 Supplement 72-5133 and repealing the existing section, which was received on April 3rd, 2025 and read April 10th, 2025. Quote, while I believe that we must do everything possible to support at-risk students, this legislation is unnecessary because its goal has already been achieved by the State Board of Education. In February, the Kansas State Board of Education added programs provided by the proponents of this bill to the list of approved at-risk evidence-based programs. Additionally, in KSA 72-5153, the legislature has explicitly provided the authority to identify and approve these programs to the State Board of Education. Thus, it is the job of the board to vet and approve at-risk programs and service providers. If program providers want to serve at-risk students, they should work in partnership with the board. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto House Bill 2033. A motion was made that House Bill 2033 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto. By a vote of 87 yeas and 38 nays, the motion having received the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives, voting in the affirmative, the bill passed.
Chair recognizes Senator Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Yes, House Bill 2033 adds programs that are accredited through MSLEC be added to the at-risk program list. And the reason that this was necessary is because the board did in fact add it after legislation was brought forward. So we want to see the process through, make sure that those programs stay. They were removed from the at-risk program list. causing districts that were using these highly effective programs to be in jeopardy of losing their at-risk funding for these programs and putting the literacy of their students that were benefiting from these at risk. And so with that, the veto message of the governor having been read, I move House Bill 2033 be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You've heard the motion. Are there questions? Are there questions? Seeing none, we're ready for final action. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Claystrom-Celine. Claystrom-Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fagg. Faust-Gudot. Faust-Gudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Any senator wish to explain their vote? Any senator wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "32 in favor and 8 against, a two-thirds constitutional majority having voted in favor of overriding the governor's veto of House Bill 2033. The motion prevails and the bill passes. Messages from the House on House Bill 2284. Clerk will read.
Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the governor, together with the enrolled copy of House Bill 2284, an act concerning the Department of Administration relating to the procurement of managed core organizations for the Kansas Program of Medical Assistance, requiring adoption of policies, which was received on April 3rd, 2025, and read on April 10th, 2025. Quote, "The bill, in its original form, contains several helpful provisions that I supported and would have improved transparency and accountability overall. However, as amended, this bill is now unworkable and opens the state up to costly and protracted litigation. Additionally, this bill is a dramatic overreach by the legislature into the role of the executive branch, which is charged with administering and executing policy. It also overreaches into the judicial branch by removing the courts from the process entirely and vesting that duty squarely with the legislature's ad hoc appeals committee, a move that calls into question the very constitutionality of this bill by denying the rights of judicial review to those involved. However, most alarmingly, this bill creates a haphazard procurement process that does nothing to mitigate conflicts of interest among legislatures and creates an environment that is rife for exploitation and graft. Exactly the opposite of what the existing process, overseen by the Department of Administration, is designed to do. I am happy to work with the legislature next year on a clean bill that addresses some of the underlying concerns without creating all the legal, ethical, and constitutional challenges of this current version of the bill. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto House Bill 2284, end quote. A motion was made that House Bill 2284 be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto. By a vote of 88 yeas and 37 nays, the motion having received the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives, voting in the affirmative, the bill passed.
Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2284 would require the Department of Administration to adopt written policies regarding the negotiated procurement of the contracted Medicaid services provided by the managed care organizations, commonly called the MCOs. The veto message of the governor having been read, I move House Bill 2284 be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You've heard the motion. Are there questions? Seeing none, we're ready for final action. Clerk will call the roll.
Hallie. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Glaze-Sham-Saline. Glaze-Sham-Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any member wish to explain their vote? Call the Senate has been requested. Seeing sufficient hands, call is in order. Clerk will call the roll. Members will be in their seats.
Haley.
Mr. Vice President, could I have a preliminary, please?
Preliminary, 30 yeas, 9 nay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Similarly to an earlier measure that I voted for, the candy soda pop one as well, this particular measure will be, was one that I've supported when it came through originally, 2284. I think it's good to have procedures in place when we look at our MCOs. However, I greatly respect the overarching view that the governor can give to these measures, and in her vetting this and finding it to be something that should be reconsidered. I won't lean on my own judgment, my own opinion, Mr. Vice President, but instead of passing, I will vote to sustain the governor's veto and thereby vote no.
Call is raised. Any other senator wish to explain their vote? Change their vote? Clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "30 in favor and 10 against, a two-thirds constitutional majority having voted in favor of overriding the governor's veto on House Bill 2284. The motion prevails and the bill passes. Messages from the House on House Bill 2291.
Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the governor, together with the enrolled copy of House Bill 2291, an act creating the Regulatory Relief Division within the Office of the Attorney General, establishing the General Regulatory Sandbox Program to waive or suspend administrative rules and regulations for program participants, amending KSA 75-4319, and repealing the existing section, which was received on April 3rd, 2025, and read on April 10th, 2025. Quote, "Although I support the intent of this bill to foster an environment where our businesses can thrive, I have concerns regarding the lawmaking power of the advisory committee established in this legislation. Granting an advisory committee the authority to overrule existing law without proper oversight could lead to problematic decision-making and open the door to special interests doing an end run around the legislative process. Additionally, this bill blocks transparency in relation to the applications submitted for review, which further exasperate my concerns regarding the role of special interests. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto House Bill number 2291, end quote. A motion was made that House Bill 2291 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto. By a vote of 88 yeas and 37 nays, the motion having received the required two-thirds constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives voting in the affirmative, the bill passed.
Chair recognizes Senator from Harvey, Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. House Bill 2291 creates the Regulatory Relief Division within the Office of Attorney General and establishes the General Regulatory Sandbox Program to waive or suspend the rules and regulations for program participants. And so with that, Mr. Vice President, the veto message of the governor having been read, I move House Bill 2291 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You heard the motion. Are there questions? Seeing none, this constitutes final action. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Glacier-Saline. Glacier-Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fagg. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger, Shane, Starnes, Sykes, Thomas, Thompson, Titus, Tyson, Ware, Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Any senator wish to explain their vote? Any senator wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "30 in favor and 10 against, a two-thirds constitutional majority having voted in favor of overriding the governor's veto on House Bill 2291, the motion prevails and the bill passes. Messages from the House on 2217.
Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the governor, together with the enrolled copy of House Bill 2217, an act concerning the Attorney General, relating to the office of the Inspector General and the powers, duties, and responsibilities thereof, expanding the power of the Inspector General to investigate and audit all state cash, food, and health assistance programs, and amending KSA 75-7427 and repealing existing sections, which was received on April 3rd, 2025, and read on April 10th, 2025. Quote, "It is very unclear what problem, if any, this bill is attempting to solve. Expanding the Inspector General's authority to audit and investigate all state cash, food, and health assistance programs is completely redundant, inefficient, and a waste of taxpayer dollars. Within the Kansas Department for Children and Families, there already exists a fraud investigations unit that conducts this work with experts who have specific knowledge of how these programs work and what federal and state laws require. This bill also removes the statutory protections for participants' data and health privacy. It makes no sense from a legal, policy, or fiscal standpoint to make this change. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto House Bill 2217." End quote. A motion was made that House Bill 2217 be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto. By a vote of 87 yeas and 37 nays, the motion having received the required two-thirds constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives voting in the affirmative, the bill passed.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2217 expands the scope of the Inspector General to include the audit, investigation, and performance review of all state cash, food, and health assistance programs. The veto message of the governor having been read, I move House Bill 2217 be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You've heard the motion. Are there questions? Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Can the Senator from Johnson help me understand how we as a legislature would be able to get information about what this Inspector General was able to accomplish versus what the division within the Department of Health or Children and Families would be able to accomplish in their research?
Senator Johnson.
Mr. Chair, this is the $523 million program with all three of these programs, and the Inspector General reports to the Bob Bethel Committee.
Senator Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. But as noted in the governor's veto message, there's also a department doing this work. How will we be able to distinguish between what work has been done by the Department for Children and Families and if there's any additional work or just simply reporting from the inspector within the Attorney General's office on perhaps what might be the same findings of waste and fraud.
Senator from Johnson.
We were told that the auditors within that department, we don't ever receive a report from that. Anyway, I, as chair, Bob Bethel, have not received a report from them. We are told that they have a few people who do some of this investigation, but this investigation would come directly to the legislature and let us to know their findings.
Senator Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I had voted against this bill before. I will vote against it again. I think it's our job not to have redundant offices within our state. That's certainly an example, if not of fraud, then of waste. So if we can't be clear and indicate which of these two units should have this responsibility, I don't think we should be adding this second unit. Thank you.
Senator Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. At a time when we have been asked to be more efficient and watch out for waste, this bill goes in the opposite direction and specifically expands the Office of the Attorney General. This bill spends hard-earned taxpayer dollars on duplicative efforts and is wasteful spending. In fact, if you look at the track record already, the fiscal note for this bill indicates that with all the resources already employed, there have only been 7 cases referred for prosecution since 2022. This is a huge concern, and again, as we're supposed to look out for waste and fraud, I vote no.
Any further questions? Seeing none, this constitutes final action. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Glacier Celine. Glacier Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Clamp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Eck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator Sedgwick, Senator Fascudo. Any senator wish to explain their vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "30 in favor and 10 against, a two-thirds constitutional majority having voted in favor of overriding the governor's veto of House Bill 2217. The motion prevails and the bill passes. Chair recognizes the majority leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey. Maybe, maybe not. Chair recognizes Senator from, we're going to do conference committee reports. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson on House Bill 2231.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So the conference committee report on House Bill 2231 has a few provisions in it. One of the items is a personal exemption for head of household. It was brought to us by the Department of Revenue. They've been interpreting in this way for years, and they would like to clean up the language. It also increases the head of household for the disabled veterans to be equal to the increase that we did last year for everyone else, $2,320 or $2,230. I may have those numbers inverted, but it's making them the equal as everyone else. The other provision in this bill would increase a few. The Senate passed the property tax freeze for disabled veterans and seniors, increasing the program. The House did not accept that position, but what they did accept was changing the income. Instead of 50% of your household income minus 50% of your Social Security, or 100% of your household income being $50,000 or less, minus 50% of the Social Security, it would now be your Kansas adjusted gross income, which we exempted Social Security from state income tax. So a few more people would qualify. It is a fiscal note of a little over $4 million, but it does help people in need with that property tax freeze. The other item in the bill was a personal property tax exemption that passed this body 37-3. We did defend the Senate position. We had airplanes in it. The House rejected that. They had taken airplanes out. Otherwise, the bill is exactly the same that passed this body. And the last provision in it is, and I saved it for last because this body has not seen it, it is a single factor corporate income tax apportionment. And the tax committee might be a little bit familiar with that. We did talk some about it last year, but there is a portion of this bill also that is a deferred deduction. The nice thing is the legislation doesn't take effect until 2027, and the deferred deduction is even in the out years after that. So I'm very confident and comfortable with the Senate accepting the House position on this. And I would I'll go ahead and move that the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2231.
Are there questions on the conference committee report? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Johnson, Senator Warren on Senate Bill 156.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So Senate Bill 156, the conference committee report, would increase the reimbursement limit for inmate claims paid by the Secretary of Corrections from $500 to $750. So if you're not currently aware, if you're an inmate incarcerated in one of our Kansas prisons and you have a claim for a loss of property or otherwise, you can make a claim to be paid by the Secretary of Corrections. And if the amount of your claim is currently, if it's up to $500, the Secretary of Corrections has authority to pay that claim if the Secretary deems it is warranted. What this bill does is it increases that limit from $500 to $750 so that it helps the efficiency of those claims be heard and determined, and also then it helps with our Joint Committee on Special Claims against the state. If you're not aware, there is a joint committee of senators and representatives who do serve on that committee, and they do hear inmate claims against the state for, it's mostly lost property, but some other claims as well. It is a recommendation made by that joint committee. Is this a conference committee report? And I am confident that with the small change here, it will lead to big, more efficient government. The Department of Corrections has said it will not affect the overall amount paid, and there's the Department of Corrections says there's no fiscal effect. And with that, I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 156.
Are there questions on the conference committee report? Senate Bill 156. Seeing none, we'll hold that for final action. Chair now recognizes Senator Johnson, Senator Warren on Senate Bill 186.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Bill 186, the conference committee report for Senate Bill 186, contains several provisions, so I'll go over those briefly. We have seen before regarding return of bond based on a non-appearance warrant. So you're a defendant, you have failed to appear in court at your court date and time, and therefore the court has issued a warrant for your non-appearance and a forfeiture of your bond. This bill would change a little bit about what happens to those monies and encourages our surety bond industry to make sure that defendants return to court so that the first process of our system of justice can get started, and that's to have the defendant appear in court. That bill did previously pass this body 31-9. The next is a law enforcement bill that concerns warrants, and it requires that the affidavit or sworn testimony supporting probable cause for the issuance of a warrant be made available to our law enforcement agencies prior to executing the warrant, but keeping that information from the public until the warrant is executed. This helps keep our law enforcement officers, our law enforcement community safe, so that they are not walking into a situation executing a warrant where it might be more dangerous for them, but that information is again made available to the public once the warrant is served or it's returned for failure of service. The next, and that did pass this body 40-0. The next provision concerns search warrants, and if you recall, current law provides that any person can provide a statement for the court to issue a search warrant. Now remember, search warrants are a warrant to search private property or to search a person. So this bill would change the language from any person can make that statement to a law enforcement officer. Our law enforcement officer community are sworn officers, and the bill really helps protect your reasonable expectation of privacy from unwarranted intrusions from government. And that did previously pass this body 40-0, and it was not amended in the conference committee report. Likewise, the bill contains another compensated surety bail bondsman provision in it, that if you're a bail bondsman, you shall not provide a loan to the defendant to help pay for the bond premium that they are paying to you. And that did pass this body previously 37-3. It also contains a bill that passed this body unanimously, and that's regarding AI technology. And if you use AI technology to generate an image of an identifiable child engaged in sexually offensive activities, that is now a crime. And it also amends the breach of privacy crime that if you use AI to alter images of an adult engaged in sexual activity and you disseminate that without their permission, that's now a crime as well. And finally, the last provision of this conference committee report is non-controversial, I would say. However, we didn't get an opportunity to hear it in the Senate, but it concerns keeping victims from crime safe. And what it does is that if you're a defendant and you're charged with sexually violent crime, either rape, criminal sodomy, aggravated criminal sodomy, sexual battery, aggravated sexual battery, indecent liberties with a child, or aggravated indecent liberties with a child, before you are going to be released on bond, the court is going to have to consider any prior convictions either in this state or a similar conviction in another state for that same crime before they give you release on bond. And it also requires an upping of that bond minimum to $750,000, no contact with victims or witnesses, and house arrest. And what we were hearing was that those who are charged with this crime, it's oftentimes not their first time they've been convicted of a similar crime, and then they were going out and reoffending, and we needed to find a way to keep victims and witnesses safe. So that is in the conference committee report as well. And with that then, I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 186.
Questions on the conference committee report? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I appreciate the good senator's overview, but I am wondering, we had legislation that was proposed this year that if there was an illegal immigrant that was bonded, that bond money, 90% of it would be returned back. Is that in this conference committee report?
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm not recalling a specific bill that was specific to illegal immigrants and return of bond forfeiture money. So if there's a bill number, that would be helpful.
Senator Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's the bill that she read that said that there were 3 no votes. I don't think that most people realized when we were voting on that it had that language in it.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And for clarification, part of this bill does talk about that if you, as the compensated surety, can prove that the reason that the defendant didn't appear in court is because the defendant has been deported, then you would have the ability to ask the court for the return of the bond to the compensated surety.
Senator Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vice President, that is a big thing to not mention when we're discussing this legislation. And it kind of happened when we were on the bill to begin with. To me, I get it. There's a lot of good stuff in this. This is an up or down vote. We get yes or no on it. Is it worth going no on? That's up to the body. But I want people to know what we're voting on and have a clear depiction of it. So thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just wanted to ask the Chair of Senate Judiciary, who's carrying this, I'm trying to keep count. This is a bundle, of course, of so many different measures. Can she help me, Mr. Vice President, to understand how many separate bills are in here or measures are bundled into this?
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Yes, there are 3.
Mr. Vice President.
Senator Wyandotte.
I mean, I miscounted, or maybe have been miscounting because I came up with 6. And some of them are referenced in the explainer, they being Senate Bill 157, Senate Bill 138, Senate Bill 244, of course, the underlying bill, 186, and 244, Senate Bill 244, and 2183. And that's kind of the problem, Mr. Vice President, is we've discussed so many times before, and I think was alluded to with an up or down vote with so many different topics that are bundled in. It's been a pervasive problem here that you have to kind of swallow or not whole hog what could be some very good measures, but at the same time, some that you wouldn't want to. So I count about 7 different topics or areas that have been discussed in individual bills. And if they were bundled into other bills, and then that has given the senator from Johnson a total of 3, it's actually many more topics than that. And I think that it's an ongoing concern that many of us should contemplate as well. Because what could be good in and of itself, by itself, when coupled with 3 or 6 or 7 additional issues, some unrelated, except for the fact that they are judicially related. I don't know, it's just a little disconcerting. Thank you.
Any further questions? Senator Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Yes, so let me clarify. So yes, there are 3 bills here, and what the House had done in one of the bills, they had put several different measures in that primarily passed this body unanimously that I shared. And so when we're looking at, what's going to be put together, one of the bills, as it came into conference committee, was already had already passed the House in its format, and the conference committee didn't do anything to it or to add more to that bill that came out of the House, if you will. And so they had already put in some provisions that wouldn't violate any conference committee rules or anything like that. And again, most of these are non-controversial. The conference committee report passed the House 124-0. So it's good policy, and again, the body has seen most of this before, and in fact, most of it has passed unanimously.
Seeing no further questions, we will hold for final action. Chair now recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren on Senate Bill 204.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This conference committee report is a little bit more simple. It contains Senate Bill 204 and Senate Bill 53. Both of these measures passed this body unanimously, 40-0. And and they were not changed in conference committee. Senate Bill 204 talks about, upon filing a case, that the warrant should be and will be sealed until executed or request for the warrant is denied. And all subpoenas are sealed and only unsealed if the court makes a finding that unsealing it is in the interest of justice. And the other bill is that concerning selection of attorneys for county law library boards. That was brought to us by the Kansas District Judge Association. And that the selection of a county law library shall be made by the chief judge of the judicial district in counties in Kansas other than Douglas, Johnson, or Sedgwick County. With that, Mr. Vice President, I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 204.
Are there questions on the conference committee report on Senate Bill 204? Seeing no questions, we'll hold for final action. Finally, the chair recognizes Senator Johnson, Senator Warren on Senate Bill 237.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And this is a bill that comes to us, a conference committee report with a bill in it that comes to us from the House. It concerns and amends the Scrap Metal Theft Reduction Act. And it started out as a much larger bill, but then was, in its final form, it made one small change to the Scrap Metal Theft Reduction Act. You may or may not know that currently the only entity that has the authority to investigate alleged violations of the Scrap Metal Theft Reduction Act is the Office of Attorney General. And what the bill is about is that it gives law enforcement the ability to conduct investigations of potential violations. And then upon conclusion of those investigations, the investigative report shall be submitted to the Attorney General. So it is an opportunity. Many people don't know, well, the Attorney General can go ahead and investigate these. Why can't law enforcement also? Well, we need this bill to allow law enforcement to be able to investigate. So it did pass the House 120 to 3. And with that, I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 237.
Are there questions regarding the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 237? Seeing no questions, we will hold it for final action. We're now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following: the Conference Committee reports on House Bill 2231, Senate Bill 156, Senate Bill 186, Senate Bill 204, Senate Bill 237. Clerk will read the titles.
House Bill number 2231, an act concerning income taxation. Senate Bill number 156, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. Senate Bill number 186, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. Senate Bill number 204, an act concerning court records. And Senate Bill number 237, an act concerning family law.
The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Claystrom Celine. Claystrom Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Goudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Beck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. 40 having voted in favor and none against the passage of Senate Bill 156, 186, 204, and House Bill 2231, and 38 in favor and 2 opposed to Senate Bill 237. These measures, having received the required constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. Are there announcements before we recess or before we adjourn? Chair recognizes the Senator from Lynns, Senator Tyson.
Just a reminder, the Tax Conference Committee will meet immediately following recess.
Chair recognizes Senator McCalley, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. House and Senate Commerce Conference Committee will meet in 1:59 upon recess.
Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Majority Leader Blasing.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Republicans are going to caucus in our usual room upon recess on House Bill 2045. I yield to the Senator from Douglas.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Democrats will caucus upon recess in room 287 North. I yield back to the Senator from Sedgwick.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasing.
Mr. Vice President, I move the Senate recess until sound of the gavel.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We are at recess. Come to order. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 299 by the Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning courts.
This constitutes introduction of Senate Bill 299. Messages from the governor. The clerk will read.
Message to the Kansas Senate. Enclosed is a message regarding issuance of executive clemency in 2024 pursuant to KSA 22-3703. Respectfully, Governor Laura Kelly. Message from the governor regarding Senate Bill number 250. This bill gives Kansans with debilitating disease the option to make choices about their medical care. Now, I think it's time for the legislature to finally legalize medical marijuana, giving the Kansans suffering from chronic pain or post-traumatic stress disorder and children suffering with Dravet syndrome, otherwise known as epilepsy, the choice of the treatment that they and their doctors determine best suits their needs. From the governor's office, by the governor, Laura Kelly, dated April 9th, 2025.
Messages from the House. The clerk will read.
The House adopts the Conference Committee report to agree to disagree on House Bill 2045 and has appointed Representatives Tarwater, Turk, and Clayton as second conferees on the part of the House. The House adopts the Conference Committee reports on House Bills 2028, Senate substitute for House Bill 2054, House Bill 2122, House Bill 2134, House Bill 2169, Senate substitute for House Bill 2172, House Bill 2249, House Bill 2255, House Bill 2280, House Bill 2334, House Bill 2342, House Bill 2371, and Senate substitute for House Bill 2382.
Reports of standing committees. Clerk will read.
Mr. President, your Committee on Judiciary begs leave to submit the following report. The following appointment was referred to and considered by the committee, and your committee recommends that the Senate approve and consent to such appointment. By the Attorney General, member of the Crime Victims Compensation Board, Rebecca Dickinson.
Next order of business is Conference Committee reports. I would recognize Senator Johnson, Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage. There she is. On House Bill 2045.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2045 has been worked on in the House and some of the Commerce committees here on the Senate side for the last 3 years. It has gone through many, many amendments, and they wrapped up those on the House side. We had a Conference Committee report on this bill, and I think there are some really good compromises within this bill. First of all, the purpose of this bill was to put private child care under one umbrella. We had licensing under the Department of Education. We had funding under DCF. We had the Children's Cabinet. So the idea was to create the Office of Early Childhood and have a director in that office overseeing 3 subdivisions, which would be the Child Care Licensing and Finance, the Kansas Children's Cabinet, and the Division of Home Visitation. We all know about Lexi's Law and the concern for Lexi's parents and some of the other families that lost a child in a child care facility. And so with good intentions, sometimes we have overcorrection in legislation. And unfortunately, so many regulations and rules cause us to lose lots of child care spots. So also the intention of this bill was to look at some of those regulations and see in what places those could be reduced. It allowed for a larger ratio from adult to child. Also, fewer education requirements for some of the workers within a child care facility, but still protects children by having the oversight of the licensing and as well as the background checks. Also allows for your neighbor, Sister Jones at church, a close family friend, to be a provider with the limitations of 4 children without being licensed. I heard from a mom who said, well, I have 4 children. Am I now going to be regulated by the state of Kansas? No, these are not your own children. This is childcare for people who provide that service for others. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions on the Conference Committee report 2045? Seeing none, have you made a motion?
I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2045.
We'll hold that for final action. We are ready for final action. We'll take the following, the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2045. The clerk will read the title.
House Bill number 2045, an act concerning insurance.
The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fagg. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every member had an opportunity to vote? Chair recognizes Senator McLeod, Senator Bowers, Senator Mussolini, Senator Clays, Senator Johnson, Senator Corson. Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I stand in opposition to the Conference Committee report today because approval of this Conference Committee report will mean that we're approving the creation of a new agency, a 63-page bill, without fully debating this in front of the Senate body. I really appreciate and agree with a lot of the changes that are brought forth in the bill, including trying to decouple child care from burdensome regulations, but I'm concerned that without thoroughly vetting this and with the creation of a new agency that we set ourselves up for long-term challenges. Echoing the famous words of Ronald Reagan, it feels a little bit like we're from the government and we're here to help, when that is probably what created our child care crisis to begin with. And for those reasons, I vote no.
I recognize Senator Potawatomi, Senator Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'd like to change my aye to a no and join the remarks of the senator from Miami.
It's ordered. Chair recognizes Senator Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. With his permission, I'd like to join the remarks with the Senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I, too, would like to join the remarks, Senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Senator Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm going to change my vote from I wasn't here to no.
Senator Marino, Senator Murphy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Vice President. With his permission, I would like to also join the remarks of the Senator from Miami. Thanks.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. No.
Further explanation of vote? Further changes? Senator from Sherman, Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I don't know.
Further changes? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. (29) having voted in favor and 11 against the passage of House Bill 2045. Same having received the required constitutional majority is hereby declared passed. Are there announcements? Chair recognizes Majority Leader Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Looks like there's maybe no announcements. Senate Republicans will caucus in the morning at 9 a.m. in our usual room. I yield to the Senator from Douglas.
Senator Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Democrats will caucus at 9 a.m. in room 287 North tomorrow morning. I yield back to the Senator from Sedgwick.
Senator Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Mr. Vice President, wish the Minority Leader a happy birthday. It's 4:30. You can go out and celebrate. I move the Senate adjourn until 9:30 a.m. on Friday, April 11th, 2025.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.